Hey there, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strangebro Jim, and today we are going to be getting back into my coding stream, working on my game GGG, and seeing about trying to get that, get some of the some of the errors that I have fixed and out of the way, so I don't need to worry about that anymore. But um, we've had some difficulties in the past on that, so uh, we'll We'll see what we can fix today, and then uh, we'll be progressing on to the actual pathfinding. Um, now, I'm not mentioning the pathfinding today on the subject line because um, in the past, every single time that I've tried doing that, I don't actually get to the pathfinding. So I'm not even gonna bother today. um, Kept on running into error after error after error, but then again, you have to realize the fact that, um, I put in quite a bit of code to try to um, get the nodes up and running. So, um, get so that um, the D-star pathfinding can, um, you know, figure out, what path to take and or, be able to move about the hexagonal grid without too much issue. So, uh, let's see. Anything else I should talk about today? Um, well, I mean, as always, one thing that I always want to announce at the very beginning of my streams is the fact that I did build a stream team. Uh, that is down below. Application link is down there to the forum. There is a link to the Google document that explains everything about the team. I know that it's lengthy, but I did it, hopefully in a way that is, fairly easy for you to navigate and um, understand what the mission for the team is all about. Um, I would love for um, more people to join the team. It's available for streamers and non-streamers alike. So basically, anyone that has time that they are willing to help out, um, you know, uh, help out their fellow streamers, help out, everybody on the team. That um, would be great to kind of see, um, more that has an interest in that. Um, so check it out, fill out the application, submit it, and obviously I'll review, and if everything looks okay, then you're in. Um, Obviously, those that are more into, just don't care about helping others, probably not the best group for you then. Um, it's it. Obviously, there is the mindset of, hey, you do need to kind of help yourself, and you know, that's perfectly good attitude. Okay, but at the same time, you know, lessons that you've learned, you can also pass on to others as well. And if you have that kind of right mindset, then it's a good group for you. So, or at least that's my intention. That's the mission for it. So, um, so check it out. Um, But today we're going to be, uh, handling more code and the like. So, one second, I need to get some music playing in my background. Sorry, I can't really play said music on stream. Copyright being what it is. Um, would love it if the studios could actually work with Twitch and yet YouTube to um, not make it not destroy content creators for the music that they're promoting. But I mean, what can one do, right? Just gotta hope for something better or hope for some help on that. Okay. Um, so let's go ahead and get right into it, shall we? So let me go ahead and get this live. Um, oh, hey there, Gabe. How you doing there, bud? Your friend is getting a Twitch account? Nice. Planning on doing some streaming himself or just kind of wanting to interact more with others? All right. Um, so, today, yeah, we've had quite a few errors going on in GGG, so we're going to be tackling those. Uh, there was some common ones that I brought up that was um, that was kind of continue. What's the word I'm looking for? There were some common errors that I had in the code, so I'm going to be trying to figure out what I was doing wrong on that, and hopefully learn from it so that I don't uh, replicate said errors. It's your birthday today? Oh, happy birthday there, Gabe. Got any special plans for today, or heading out to, I think, like maybe gonna go, um, go to a restaurant or something like that? Discord after stream? Sure, I could do that. Anyway, but yeah, I would imagine seeing that I have like the common error on there, then it shouldn't be that difficult to, when I fix one, be able to fix the others. So, not yet? Okay, man. I mean, um, I've had days where I wasn't quite sure what I kind of wanted to do for my birthday either. Sometimes it helps when your friends kind of do something for you. So, um, so if like one of your friends says, "Hey, let's go to, um, let's go here. Let's go see a movie. Let's go, um, go to this one club. Let's go to concert, whatever." I mean, that would be great. Obviously, because they understand that you know uh, birthdays are a big deal, or birthdays can be a big deal for some. Not so much for others. There's some that don't really care about birthdays, which is interesting. interesting view. But I mean, I can kind of understand it as well. You know, if your day to day is pretty much the same no matter what. My PC is even more fucked up. Can't use a search bar at the bottom of the screen. Sounds like you're gonna be needing to do some. Um, Sounds like either you've been searching the wrong kind of websites, or you don't have the right kind of updates going on your computer there, bud. Um, you know, um, one of uh, I use this one tool that is kind of nice because it's supposed to like clear up a lot of things on my PC. Um, I mean, it's set to not be perfect because, they want you to kind of go to their pro version. But I mean, they continuously update it, and I mean, it does enough for my particular case. So, um, I would say, look into those kind of programs to try to help fix your computer. I mean, I can recommend the program if you want, but um, and you can try to use it if you're interested if you want to try that out. But I mean, um, you know, I so you might notice that you can't really see it very well because I got that bar kind of blocking a little bit of it, but this little thing right up here is basically something that program runs automatically in the background for me. It shows me, how much RAM and CPU I'm using. So, um, but let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I can kind of bring it up here. Um, let's see. It's called Advanced System Care. Yeah, let me start it up so you can kind of see what it does for me, when I run it. So, it used to show um, information about how good your PC was, like what your status was up here, but it doesn't show that anymore, which is kind of unfortunate. Kind of wish that they did. Um, but you know, um, basically it does all these kind of checks on your system, and then you can basically set it so that it could fix all these when you're um, yeah, it tries to fix them all together automatically. So and this particular company has other various software suites as well. But this is the main one that I tend to use, and it works. I mean, or at least from what I understand, it works. I haven't really bothered looking into it all that much. Um, you know, who knows? They could be uh, pulling the wool over my eyes and not doing crap. But um, but at the same time, if you have a lot of users at the same time using the same kind of program and you've seen the fact that it's not really helping your computer out, then the ratings on this would drop considerably. So take it for, take it for a grain of salt if you want. So, but that's the program that I use. So, especially if I'm feeling like there's some problems on my computer. So, obviously not sponsored. I don't have any kind of sponsorship with them. So, I mean, take it with a grain of salt. Um, but I mean, if you're having some problems with your computer, then you're probably gonna want to get some programs going on your computer to try to fix all that. Um, Especially with the search bar down at the bottom. I mean, if this is getting fucked up down here, then you're dealing with some Windows problems there, bud. And you're probably gonna need to really seriously take some time to look into that because if your Windows is getting fucked up, then yeah, you got some serious problems going on in the back end. Just waiting for Unity to pop on up here and we can get the Visual Studio Code up so that we can work on that. Um, Now, if anyone's kind of wondering, um, yeah, I've written down a lot of errors that I've kind of come across, um, over my time of working on this particular code. Um, Obviously, there are some problems that um, I tried working on, like when I kind of first started. Um, but I learned that some of them, um, either are fairly minor overall, or something that I'm probably going to need to kind of fix later, or something that um, I'm at the point where okay, I'm not working on the player controls at this point. Okay, so I'm more working on the AI controls. So once the AI controls are done, then we can start kind of well, I mean, I'm still going to need to work about um, getting the resources down and causing collisions and the like. Okay. I'm going to be kind of working on once I get to a point where um, we have a kind of like a working system for the most part, uh, the agents moving about the map, okay. Um, we have a little bit more collisions, we have more of the resources going on. Then we can start working on player controls, which means movement around the board, zooming in and out of the map, and being able to um, make selections. Having a user interface that allows for them to kind of um, purchase more units, purchase the hunters, build barriers, select which resource that they want to focus on, um, you know, put out um, banners saying go here for um, to get more of these resources and the like. Um, so yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring up the code. See, here's the common one that I'm gonna have to kind of deal with. Um, I'm messing up on that, and I need to figure out why I'm screwing up there. Figure out the reasoning behind it because I don't really want to have it happen again. Obviously, as you can see, I have multiple problems with it, and I'm just gonna need to um, figure out what I'm doing wrong and hopefully not have that happen again. Just try to, um, it might be a keyword, it might be the fact that I'm using it outside of, um, there's no references to the class, maybe, um, or, um, you know, there might be like a keyword that I could be like missing out of it all. So, um, I think that's what I'm gonna kind of work on a little bit more today. Well, I mean, obviously I'm gonna need to fix all these errors, having 8 of them. Um, but looks like I'm pretty much done for the most part. Um, yes, I trust the authors of this. What the? That's something new on Visual Studio, or Visual Studio Code, I should say. Okay, so we have Game Manager. Um, I was trying to work with Visual Studio the other day, um, trying to get it to work by itself, working on um, having the C sharp kind of debug itself. But um, I kept on running into problems on that, and it really kind of bugged me. Um, Hopefully, I didn't screw up Visual Studio more than before. Hmm, I don't know. Okay. Um, so, okay, we need to open up uh, our other files here. Agent. Okay, so let's look at hex tile here. Um, 46. So it's having an issue with this here. Okay, saying, hey, object reference is required. You know, so now what I'm trying not to um, include the full um, board manager into the hex tile. Um, I'm trying not to include all this. I'm just trying to get the but I mean, in order to generate the hash key, then um, I need to be able to provide a value to the tile. Now, now that I think about it, maybe I should actually move it outside. I could still Mm. The hex tile just needs to store the hash key. So it doesn't necessarily need to generate the value from that. So I might be able to kind of get away with actually maybe putting this in, say, like the board manager to be able to kind of generate hash keys for the tiles, and um, then it can be um, then the tiles can kind of store that value because there's no other reference to generate hash key within this particular class. So what I could do is we can go ahead and cut this, and we can move this in the board manager here. So let's see. Let me kind of put it down here at the very bottom. Um, let's see. Generate tile hash key so that I can always reference it again. Or, I know, um, I know its intentions kind of thing. I know that, hey, this is concerning the hex tiles that I'm working on there. So now I'm putting it here within the board manager, so I don't necessarily need that. Um, but um, the um, the hash key though is still being called. I think I was doing it within the game manager. No, it's not. Interesting. Hmm. Where am I? Ah, I'm calling it with an agent. Hmm. Handling the pathing on that. Hmm. Okay, so um, for any, one of the uh, one thing that you're gonna need to know, if you're getting into programming for the first time or anything along those lines, then um, I'm gonna talk a little bit about general concepts, obviously here. Um, and obviously, even I still kind of struggle with it sometimes. I'm not, um, you know, the, um, it takes a while to kind of get. Well, I mean, some for some it's easier than others. Okay, but um, so when you are building, an application, um, a project, okay, um, you know, when it comes to object oriented, okay, um, the initial idea of it is that you want to kind of separate everything out in their own unique objects, okay? uh, that have their own unique traits to them. Okay. Um, so um, like for example, take um, let's take like two animals for example, a cat and dog. You know, they are obviously they're two different types of animals. Okay, they have different traits to themselves that um, you can differentiate between the two, right? But they have similarities as well. Okay, um, you know, for example, you know, you can definitely kind of call them as animals. I mean, they're not plants, they're not minerals, so um, they have a unique genetic structure to them all. You can break it down even further. You can say that uh, they're not bipedal, so um, you know um, they basically have four limbs. You know, um, but then you start breaking it down even further, and you start going, well, okay, um, there are some unique attributes, for a dog and a cat. Okay, dogs tend to have high um, sense and sense of smell. You know, um, uh, what's um, you know, um, where you know, uh, cats have, I believe cats have better vision than dogs sometimes, I think. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna like put it down here, you know, high vision. Okay. Um, so I mean, they have their own, unique attributes to them. Okay. Um, and that's kind of what you want to kind of do when it comes to object-oriented programming is kind of being able to um, when you have unique traits to them, that don't really reflect on any other particular animal, um, or a particular object, um, then you don't necessarily need to put that into um, you know you don't necessarily need to kind of put that in for like covering every animal that's out there. Like, if I was to say, hey, I'm gonna put this under all animals have high vision. Well, no, that's not exactly true. So that's what I'm saying. It's um, certain traits, certain um, values are work well in one object but don't work well in another. Um, so don't need to say that. Okay, so um, now the generate tile key here, okay, that was in the hex tile. Um, it doesn't need to know. what's going on in the board manager. Okay, it doesn't need to know what the board manager does. It doesn't need to know, hex tiles don't care about find human city or anything along those lines. Okay, so it doesn't need to know what's all contained within board manager. You know, I was only caring about the max tiles. Well, you know, instead of having the generate tile hash key within the hex tile, why not have it in the board manager? Okay, it is just handling the coordinates and the max tiles, which is everything about the board manager. Okay, it's all of its um, all of its values being put into it is perfectly within the scope of what the board manager is all about. Okay. Um, Now I'm looking at agent here, and um, and obviously I'm not caring. It's no longer a matter of the hex tile. Okay, don't really care about the hex tile. It's not associated with the hex tile anymore. Um, but am I? Should the agent know about the board manager? You know, right now I have it kind of isolated out. I have it basically saying, probably don't really care about um, don't really care too much about, um, um, the agent doesn't necessarily need to worry about, the board manager either. Okay, it shouldn't necessarily care. Um, okay, so for example, okay, what I want to make sure that I'm doing here, okay, is you know uh, I want to be able to keep each of these objects isolated enough, okay, so that they're not um, so that they don't need to worry about like calling anything that they don't necessarily need to call. Okay, like for example, um, an agent doesn't necessarily need to find where the location of where the city is, you know, the the x and y coordinates of the find human city. Okay, that's all based off of positioning of the tile initially. Okay, it's these are all about building the map position. That's it. Okay. The agent shouldn't care about these kind of functions. Okay. Shouldn't have to worry about calling them. Okay. So so I look at this and I'm like going, I don't need it there. I don't need that. Okay. So, I come down here to pathing here and um and I need to figure out some way of looking around the map um, without having to, without necessarily needing to look at the board manager directly either. So, Um, so okay, the destination for the pathing will remain the same. Okay, it's gonna um, it's they're gonna try to go in that okay, let me let me try to explain this a little bit here. Okay, so um, let me bring out um, the hex grid here so I can kind of explain this a little bit. Okay, so when uh, hmm, okay, don't know why we're having an issue with that, but okay. So so we have our position for the agent, okay, and we have a position that we want to go to, on the map, okay. And obviously the pathing is going to work on trying to find the best path to get um, to our ending value here. Okay, say that there's like some blocks in the path or something like that that makes it really difficult for them to find the best path to their endpoint, right? Um, so um, so the destination isn't going to necessarily change. Okay, they're going to try to find the best path to get there. Okay, that's what the whole D star is all about. Now, if um, if the destination isn't reachable, okay, then the destination has to change. Okay, um, it's going to need to figure out another destination. Okay, which isn't the need for pathing. Okay, pathing is going to be all about trying to find, um, you know, it's going to have the starting position and it's going to have the ending position and it's going to generate this path to get to the destination. Okay. Um, and then it will return the next tile in the path. Okay. Hence the reason why you have the next tile node there. Okay. Um, so to be honest, I don't even need this to include um, the I don't even need to worry about uh, generating the hash key either on this. Um, Now we're gonna need to know the tile on which the agent itself is standing. Okay, so it's gonna need to know um, the tile that it's on. Okay, um, so that it can actually add the path into that value. But this hash value key, we can we can we can actually take this and move this outside of agent. Now that I think about it, so um, so we can just kind of basically go, hey, int. Oh, here, let me just kind of copy this because we don't need to change the value here. Okay, we can actually take this and move this outside, where pathing is all about. Um, so and let's see. Game manager should have the board manager here as well, seeing that they pretty much work together. So, yep, I see that there. So we should be able to just kind of do that. Um, and then we take destination X, destination Y, and generate the hash key for it. Get the um, get the hash key here, and then we can send that into our path. Um, so um, let's see. But to be honest, we probably don't really need to have that here. Now that I think about it, we probably just need to just kind of set that here. Hmm. Um, I gotta be careful here though, because I'm causing some scope problems at this point. Okay, for those of you that might not be, you're like looking at this going, okay, what are you talking about, Chip? Okay, um, so this line by itself should be fine. Okay, okay. The getting the hash key from the generate hash key function from the board manager to figure out the hash code for the destination, right? And well, you know, here we figure out what kind of destination we want to go to. This entire if statement is all about, hey, if you don't actually have a path, if if the if the agent, or in this case the human agent, doesn't actually have a path right at this point, then it has to figure out where it wants to go. And after it figures out where it wants to go, then it should probably figure out what the hash value of that particular destination should be, right? Well, here's the problem. Once it gets down here and it says, well, we are checking to see if there's a path, and if there's no path available at this point in time, then we have to generate one. Well, it's using the hash value here, um, you know, that I'm generating from up here to find the next destination. Um, so um, I don't I don't necessarily need to worry about. I don't need to put this up here though, because um, if oh, my music stopped. All right. Um, if it has a path already, okay, then it's just gonna go to the next tile. Okay, it's gonna, if the path has already been set, okay, then they're just gonna kind of move to the next tile as they walk along. Okay. Um, so I don't need to, you know, to figure out the hash key, you know, for that particular path each and every single time. So I don't necessarily need to calculate it up here. I don't need to put this up here, you know. But here's the thing. The fact that I'm putting this inside this particular if statement right now is putting it out of scope for this if statement down here. Okay. You see, the fact that I have the int here equaling the return value coming from here, okay, that's keeping it within this particular scope. Okay, meaning after this scope is done, this particular value just gets sent to the garbage collector. Okay, it's out of scope. It doesn't care about this particular value outside of these brackets. Okay, for anyone that's curious. Okay, so if you're kind of new to programming and whatnot, that's what's going to happen. Okay, um, it's going to come to this last brace here and go, oh, this particular value, well, you made it within this particular scope, and it can be used within this particular scope, but it can't be used outside of that particular scope. Okay, it's focused down on that set of brackets there. And if you create something inside that set of brackets, then it can work inside those brackets, but it can't be shown, it can't be used outside of it. Okay. Um, so trying to use this here, it's going to have some problems. So I have to figure out another way here. Um, but one thing that I'm worried about here is the fact that um, if I put it up here, you know, then I don't need to worry about creating one inside this particular bracket. I just need to say, hey, this value is going to be getting the value from the tile hash key. Great. Problem is that if this gets skipped, okay, for some reason, like, is there a path? Um, the compiler is looking at this saying, well, there's a possibility of this coming back as false. Hence, this gets, you know, this particular function gets called. And if this doesn't get a value, then we're using a default value here because the default value there, so you're going to basically be getting a 0 here, and the compiler is going to complain about that. It's going to look at this and go, hey, you didn't initialize this value to anything. Do you really want it to be a default value? That's what it's kind of doing here. So, um, now I could, um, do something like, hey, H value, what is your, um, you know, destination hash key. I could do something along those lines. Meaning, what I probably should do, not only do I have a destination here, but I should probably have something like, you know, destination hash key, and make that you know, uh, a default number here. So let's see. Vector, no, not a vector 2. I don't need a vector 2. I just need an int. Destination hash key. And then we should probably get a we can do a get and set on that. So that, this won't cause any problems on the set. And now if it doesn't have the destination key already, um, um, so yeah, let me, oh, hold on. So if destination hash key is indeed still, if it is indeed that, then we can then say, hey, we need to change that to the hash key being brought into the pathing, okay? Because it should be of a unique value, being brought into pathing, okay? That's how it should be, you know. And then, we can then put that there, okay? So Um, hmm. I gotta be careful with this though. Um, so I gotta kind of be careful with this because um, I have the I had the potential of really screwing myself over with this because um, let's let me kind of explain this here. Okay. Um, so let's say um, we have, our initial value here where the agent starts off at, and we have our destination, right? Okay. This is the first time that it actually goes, hey, I need to go to this particular destination. Okay, so it comes here, sees the fact that, destination has a negative value, um, gets the hash value key of where, the hash value of where the destination is going to be, and replaces it. So now the destination hash key has, some positive number. Say like, hey, I'll just put it, hey, we now have a value of 20, just arbitrarily, right? Um, that's definitely not going to be the case, but whatever. Um, so, um, so now destination hash key has this arbitrary integer number of 20 in there, right? So, it does the add path, and then it follows said path to get to its destination, right? So let's say it reaches its destination, right? It follows the path and it reaches its destination, following all the next tiles and so on and so forth to get to where it wants to go, right? Well, it needs then it decides, hey, I need to go back. I need to go back to, I need, no, instead of, you know, it's now here, so now it needs to kind of go back to where it used to be, say, for example. Okay. So, um, so it determines um, it finds out that it doesn't, this particular tile here doesn't have the path back to this particular destination. First time being there, so it has to generate the path back, right? So, um, so it determines the hash value key, right? To kind of get back there. Well, then it looks at this and it says, well, destination hash key is still 20. So this swapping here of, hey, the new value, let's call it 30. Okay. Um, the new value here doesn't replace the old value because the old value is no longer negative 900, 9,999. It's 20. So it's never going to change this. So now it it incorrectly places the path here with the old value, for this particular tile. Okay, that is the wrong hash key for that particular tile. You know, so um, now some you might look at it and go, well, what does it matter, kind of thing. Um, you're still kind of creating um you're still kind of creating the path for this particular tile, right? You're you're creating a unique path from here to there, right? Well, that's true, but let's say that another agent comes along, you know, um, maybe for the very first time, it pops out from this particular destination. Not to say that, that's going to happen, but, let's say that a new agent appears at this particular location, okay? So now it wants to get to this particular destination. Well, it has the value of 9,999 there, okay? Um, so it's going to go into the pathing here, and the hash value key is going to come back with 30, puts that in the destination hash key. Um, generates the path, and now it has the exact same path in two separate locations because it doesn't know. Okay, it checked, it checked the hex tile for this hash value here, and it didn't find it. It didn't find it in this text tile because the path is under 20, not 30. So I gotta I gotta make sure that I correct this. I gotta correct for this. So that means that whenever the agent has no destination, when it's done following its path, when it gets to its destination, then it has to reset its value back to 9,000, 9,999. So, um, so, um, let me go ahead and kind of do that down here. Let's see. So we'll call it, and we'll do public here, void reset destination, and then we just do destination hash key is equal to that, and then we can call this up here because that does it automatically for us. Um, Sorry, I thought I heard something. Um, okay, so you know the so now whenever we are done with our path, once we've reached our destination, then we're going to need to make sure that we call the reset destination each and every single time. Okay, and that kind of falls under the game manager to determine whether or not we've actually reached our destination or not. Um, so um, if if we've kind of reached it, then um, if we've done our attempted move, then we have the potential of doing, um, having to reset the destination. Okay. Um, now, uh, what we can do here is if, um, destination.x is equal to next node, and destination.y is equal to next node. Yeah, let me. There we go. If the agent has attempted to move and it succeeds, and our destination, is the same as the next tile. Okay, for if we've actually reached our destination in this particular case, then we can go ahead and reset the destination. Okay, we can reset it back to the 9,999, and we won't need to worry about um, having this kind of complication afterwards. But we have to make sure that the um, attempted move is correct, and we also have to be careful with this because the x values and y values might be slightly different from each other. So therefore, this might never happen, or it might never, um, both of these values might not be true because it might be off by like a fractional amount. Okay, so um, hopefully that's not going to be the case, but it's something that I may need to kind of address at some point. So, hmm. So I'm seeing a little bit of Twitter helping there. Um, oh, sorry, I was saw some messages popping up on Twitter. I'm like going, what was that all about? But nothing that I need to worry about. It's just people liking the comments that I made. Let's see. Let's go ahead and bring back up the chat here so that I can keep an eye on it. Okay, so hopefully we're not going to have any kind of issues with this. Okay, we reset the destination, and then um, we don't have any problems with this, you know. Um, Now, um, if it gets into the pathing, okay, then um, then it should always go through this particular case, right? Because pathing happens when it needs to find, the path from one spot to another. Okay, so this code should always run. Okay, but you never know. There might be something else going on. Um, so um, the um, like maybe the path is blocked. Okay. Um, maybe, because I'm using D star here, maybe, as it's kind of traveling through its path to get to its destination, maybe it encounters, some kind of wall. So this path right here is no longer possible. Okay, so it has to figure out how to, get around this wall, this barrier. Okay. Um, so it's so the destination value, the hash value, um, might be the same. Okay, because the x and y coordinates of it don't change. The max tiles doesn't change. Um, so the hash key remains the same, but it might need to kind of go back into the pathing here and find a new path to, to get it to its new destination. Um, so it probably won't need to worry about like resetting it. This value will be the same as the old value. So, um, so there probably won't be a like major need to reset it here. You know, because the hash value key to new destination isn't going to necessarily need to worry about it. Now, um, now maybe um, maybe it runs into this barrier here. Okay, hypothetical here. Okay, let's say it runs into this barrier. It's trying to go to this destination here, but it runs into the barrier. Okay. Um, you know, maybe you got some fog of war going on here. Okay, like here, let me kind of, let me do like a rebuild here. Let's just say we have, your initial spot here, and you have your destination down there. Okay, and you're like, okay, I'm just gonna go, straight path down. Okay, because you have, some fog of war going on. You don't know um, what's beyond this particular fog of war. So, you think you might be able to kind of just go straight down to get to that destination, but you have this fog of war here that isn't, really helping you out, right? So then you find out, well, there's now a wall here. So as you, progress, further, further down, exposing the fog of war more and more as you continue to go down, you eventually find out that, hey, you know, there's a wall here. You know, I can't I can't continue on to our destination because there's something blocking it. Okay, maybe there's something that's permanently blocking it. You can't get there from where you're at. Okay, maybe someone accidentally put up like a barrier there. So now you have no way to kind of get to your destination. So you need to make a new one. Okay. Um, but when you get to that spot of, hey, this is blocked, okay, you need to figure out another way. Either one, you do a new pathing to find a way around to get to your new path, or it needs to figure out, if it's completely blocked off due to like the player putting a barrier there for some reason, or maybe there's an enemy that's like standing right there in that particular uh, pathing spot. the only pathing spot that it has, okay, and needs to kind of run away or something like that, it needs to change its destination, which once again, uh, we don't necessarily need to worry about doing that here. That's handled with the resetting. You know, that you have the reset of the destination happening outside. Okay. The game manager says, hey, you know, your destination here isn't possible. Okay. Your the determination of the destination was wrong. And hey, that's going to happen in the game. Okay. It's going to find situations where it might not always get the destination correctly. Okay. It might, you know, the player might think, hey, I want to try to go towards this particular location. Maybe they want to scout everything out or something like that. Okay. Um, Depends on the player, right? Um, but the destination is impossible to get to. So now the AI has to figure out where does it want to go. What's the next thing that it wants to do? Okay, it wants to determine another destination out of it all. Okay, and then it generates the hash key based off of that value that it determines. Like maybe it goes, okay, I can't reach, this particular destination here, so I'm gonna go harvest some lumber or something like that, like over here. So now it generates a path to this particular destination. Okay, so it generates a new hash key, and then it finds the path for that particular hash key, right? Well, before it gets to there, I need to make sure that I reset the destination. So um, now the attempted move, I don't know whether or not I think I have that as a Boolean return. Yeah, I have it as a Boolean return. So um, so if um, let's see. So if the bool, let's see, move succeeded. Um, so, you know, let's say that the attempted move failed. Okay. So it comes back here and says, hey, no, the move did not succeed. So we need to reset our destination. Um, Actually, um, so for example, so we attempt the move to get to the next tile. Okay, we have um, our move from our one tile here into the forest here didn't succeed. It bumped into something. So it had a collision that it shouldn't have been having, kind of thing. Um, so it basically says, hey, the move failed. We're not moving past this particular block here. So we need to reset the destination. So it needs to find a new path around to get to its where it kind of wants to go, right? Um, but at the same time, it may want to keep the destination at it may still want to try to find the same kind of destination though. Um, well, I mean, if it still wants to get to this particular node, then that will be handled here in the determined destination. Okay. Um, it will try to figure out, hey, do I want to go to, um, do I need to go to this particular spot because the player put a banner up there and it's very, it's something that the AI really wants to go to, or does it look at it and go, well, I don't really care about this anymore. Like maybe the banner is gone, maybe it got picked up by someone else. Um, Maybe the player suddenly goes, I need, this major resource, you know, um, it's an emergency. I need this particular resource. So it may decide, hey, I want to go to that particular destination for gathering resources now. Okay. Um, so having reset the destination isn't necessarily a bad thing. So, um, um, now, if the move failed, then the pathing wasn't exactly correct. So, um, so the path being so the player might still have a path that it's trying to follow, but it's failing on it. Um, so if there's a collision here, that this failed, then I'm gonna need to remove the path from the human there. Um, so um, so I may need to have like a reset of the path as well. So let's see. Um, Path to follow. Set that to null. So, um, yeah. Let's see. Okay. Instead of setting it there, we're going to call the other function reset path. There we go. So that we can call the the functions properly and the like. So um, so if I want to like maybe put it at a default value, for example, if I want to put it at like a default path, then I can always do that if I really wanted to. Um, but that would have to require a default path to be um, created, which um, that's not really possible. Um, so if um, based off of this system here that I'm creating, if there was like a default path for every single tile going to in the exact same kind of direction, then sure, but that's not always going to be the case because um, one particular tile's path is going to be slightly different than another particular tile's path to the destination. So like, see this one, has a straight line to the destination, whereas this one has to kind of curve a little bit, or it's longer. So, um, so yeah. Um, but I mean, you never know. Like um, maybe down the line, I'll need to set this to uh, like if I do like say like maybe the next iteration of the game or something like that, where I somehow can have a default path, then um, maybe I'll set it to something else. But for now, um, this will do. So, um, we're just setting up the values, to like, default values for them, um, using the functions here. And if I ever want to, say, change the value in some fashion or another, like, change the number there, or maybe, change the path to something else, then I can do so. So, but for now, um, this will kind of do. Um, and here in the game manager, you know, if the move failed, like the move had a failure in some fashion or another, okay, or it arrived at its destination, then, I mean, if it arrived at its destination, then there shouldn't be any path with um, there should be nothing inside the path for the human already, seeing that it has a copy of the path, and it's like removing the nodes one by one as it's moving it towards its destination, right? So technically, if it arrives at its destination, okay, um, then it doesn't need to worry about resetting the path because the path should be automatically null by that point, or it should be empty. Might not be null though. So, but if it did, we're just going to automatically say, hey, um, that um, the path, even though it's empty, it's not exactly null either. Okay, it still has a value associated with it. Okay, so we're just going to basically say, okay, this has no more data inside the path, so we're just going to go ahead and null it out. Nothing more needed there. Okay. So it can kind of clear out that residual memory for that particular path and kind of reset it, right? Um, same with the destination. We reached our destination, so no worries there. But if we had some kind of blockage in our pathing, something blocked our move, then we're going to need to basically say, hey, we can't use the path that we're on anymore. Okay, so if the move was a failure, then the path that we were on should no longer be used anymore. Okay. Um, so let me kind of explain it in this way here, right? So let's say we were kind of walking on down and we encountered our blockage right here, right? We had encountered our wall. Okay. Well, um, our move to the next tile from this tile here, from that tile there to this tile there, from here to there, we met up with a wall there, right? So if we didn't reset the path here, then it's gonna come right back up here, say, hey, there's still path, we still got a path going on. So it's gonna kind of skip all this destination here, you know, and it's gonna come down here to, get the next tile, right? It's gonna look and see that the path still has this extra tile here that it wants to go to, right? And it's thinking that you are right here. You're standing right in this particular location, but you're not. The attempted move failed. So if you basically say, hey, you need to make an attempted move from here to there, okay, then the game isn't, the game is going to try to continue trying to move in that particular direction. It's going to do the attempted move again. And once again, it's going to, cause a collision because it still has that wall there. Okay, or that's what you kind of need to do. Otherwise, you're going to have your agent kind of phase through the wall because you're going to be basically going, oh, you know, uh, oh, you can't make this movement? Okay, well, we can't really do that. Oh, you want to try to move from this point here to that point there? Okay, well, let's go. you know, um, you don't necessarily want that happening either. So, um, of course, the collision is going to kind of stop it, but um, it's going to keep on trying to figure out how to actually go about doing that. And obviously, we don't want that to happen. You're basically going to have the agent kind of um, ramming itself up against, whatever wall it's on, not realizing the fact that it's not going anywhere. So, hmm. Sorry, Hackman. Got a little, got a little hungry there for a second. Um, the the kind of game that I'm building right now is you might say it's more of it's a real-time strategy, tile-based. So um, So the idea is, um, I don't know if you've ever played the game Majesty. Um, the uh, concept of this game is meant to, you know, uh, take similar elements to the game of Majesty in that the player doesn't really have any direct control over the artificial agents. The player is just trying to, um, in a sense, they're going to be trying to herd cats. um, uh, I'm going to make sure that I don't make it that difficult for the player. Um, but that's kind of the idea behind it all. Their AI agents are going to basically be trying to, um, they'll be listening to the player on what the player wants the AI agents to do. Trying to collect resources and the like to progress through the various stages, through various levels, and all the while trying to protect them against um, the monsters that are going to be coming in to attack the home city. So, so it's all going to be pretty much real time. You're going to have some strategy to it, and um, so I'm doing it more of a 2D game, saying that I don't have any 3D experience. Um, it would be really difficult for me to kind of draw anything 3D either. Um, So yeah, so we're gonna kind of keep it with 2D for now. Maybe if if this game works the way I want it to work, and um, we see some amount of traction on it, maybe, then we may see it progress into additional iterations later. But for now, it's just myself right now, so I'm just doing what I can uh, to kind of get this game running. But I mean, I'm not in any particular rush to. Um, I'm not in any particular rush to get it done. Oh, I mean, I do want to get it done, obviously. Um, but Um, I'm not like hey, I need to kind of do this every single day. Um, this is a hobby, so or I mean. I do want to try to make it actually a career too, programming wise, but um, but I do want to get the game out there at some point in time. So um, I just don't need to worry about it being uh, I don't necessarily need to worry about it being delivered you know tomorrow. So you know this is a learning experience for me, so um, I want to make sure that um, I learn as much as I can, as I'm moving along. So okay, hopefully that answered your question there, Mr. Hackman. Um, okay, so let's go ahead and we've pretty much got what we need to do here. Um, Okay, so seeing that I have, the get and set for it, for this, then I don't necessarily need to worry about, doing a, you know, HVAL, get destination hash key. It's already being done, so I don't need to worry about that. Okay. Um, so, um, let's see. Should have a get and set for this as well. Hmm. 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 Let's see. Okay, I don't really need this anymore. Let's see, where am I using this? Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. So I don't really need this anymore. Seeing that I did a seeing that I did a get set here, um, what I can do, um, I can do a I can do something along the lines of this. Destination is equal to destination. So, and I shouldn't need that anymore. Yeah, I know this is not exactly ideal here. Let's see. Um, let's see. Let me take this. Um, and let's do something along the lines of um, agent destination. So first off, we're going to go ahead and replace this. Replace that. Don't need to replace that, so we'll skip that. Don't need to worry about that. Yeah, don't need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about that. Let's see. Beginning the next tile, we're doing an output of the destination here, so we don't need to change that either. Don't need to change that. We don't need this. Don't need to change those. Don't need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about that or that. We're good. So we should be good here. And, oh, ah, damn. I need to grab this though to change the value here. This will use the set to take in the destination here and add it into the, agent's particular destination. So, you wanna try to make the variable names, slightly different from each other, or you know, uh, for those of you that may be new to programming, um, you want to try to make your variable names as descriptive as you possibly can to try to make sure that you don't have any like confusion between the two. You're like, you know, hey, here's the, the destination you know, from one particular function, and if you had it the same as the other, then you're gonna cause yourself your own kind of confusion between the two. So, it's okay to, have a kind of a descriptive variable name, something that is um, unique for your particular object, for example. So, hey there, Jedi. How's it going there, bud? How you doing? How's your day been? Okay, so I think we are relatively good there. So I think we can kind of move on. I'm probably kind of making some um, mistakes in terms of like overall scope and having um, I'm most likely having a problem with scope at some point. Um, so I'm imagining that I'm going to be having a little bit more errors popping up on this, but I'm feeling a little bit better in terms of um, overall progression overall. I'm trying to like catch all the possibilities that I might be experiencing throughout this, and hoping that I can kind of, uh, you know, catch the problem and then be able to kind of, figure out a way to uh, resolve that issue, so I don't have to worry about it when if it ever. Uh, Better to kind of catch it now than have it completely fall apart later. So, um, I'm good. Got to see my nieces, one of which graduated high school this week. Nice, nice. Yeah, one of my nieces. Well, yeah, one of my nieces graduated high school as well. So, um, I did obviously I didn't stream it or anything like that. Um, I didn't want to show those kind of details live on air. I don't want it, people kind of, uh, knowing where my niece goes to high school or anything like that in those lines. Not that they, a hacker could probably find out anyway, but I don't want to outright give them that kind of information. But I figured I'd kind of watch it and record my reaction to it so that I can kind of send it to her and just say, you know, here you are. You know, I was I was I was there, but wasn't there. You know, I couldn't be there at the graduation itself, but at least they were the high school itself was able to stream it, so I was able to be there. So, um, so I do need to send that to my brother so that he can give it to my niece. So she might enjoy it, maybe. Who knows? She might find it totally cringe and go, "Oh my God, turn it off, turn it off." But you never know. Maybe like 10 years down the line, she might come back to it and go, "Yeah, this is something that my uncle did." So you never know. Uh, there's some memories that you like to kind of keep. So let's see. Okay, I think we're pretty much done here. So let's go back into Unity here and see um, where do we stand on errors. Probably going to be seeing more. Probably going to be seeing more than 8 at this point. Did you go to the high school directly there, Jedi, or were you? Um, oh, what? You got to go see your nieces anyway, so yeah, you would be there. uh, so it's nice. That's good, man. Does she have? And what is her plans after high school? Um, she gonna be going out to college? Gonna be, um, going towards like a trade? You know, going into military service? Uh, my particular niece, she's gonna be going to a community college for now, and that's fine. Um, Type agent already defines a member called reset destination, same parameter types. Okay, what just happened there? Got to see her and her sister at a little backyard barbecue. Yum. Gotta enjoy that. Okay, I'm messing up at 188 here. Oh, right. Reset path. There we go. Oh, wow. She has a full ride scholarship to the University of Washington in Seattle. That's awesome, man. That is awesome. So I take it for a particular major that she's probably has a really good understanding for, so that's good. You don't normally see full ride scholarships unless you're, doing like, like 4.4 in your GPA or something along those lines. So must be one smart cookie. Okay, so even does not contain a definition for destination. Right. Seeing that we are using the abstract agent here, it's probably having some issues with a destination value. All right. I would be too, man. I would be too. I'm happy that my niece is she did, you know, pretty well in high school herself. Um, I don't know, um, you know, I think she struggled with like one class, but I mean, she still got a B in it, so I mean, uh, but I don't know what her GPA is. I mean, she did really well this year. From what I understand, I believe she got full straight A's um, this year. So, um, but not sure what she kind of wants to do. So that's probably one of the reasons why um, why they, uh, I would imagine that my brother and his wife decided, to kind of talk with Katie to figure out, um, what she kind of wanted to do. So, and if she's not quite sure, then community college is perfectly fine with that. You know, figuring out, where do you kind of want to go. So, and if it's if you're not if you're not totally sure, then that's perfectly fine. That's what I did when I after high school. Um, Actually, after high school, I was burned out. I did a lot. I did a lot during high school, kind of keeping my mind away from what happened to me during my sophomore year, um, and my junior year. God, uh, um, but I basically was so overwhelmed by the amount of workload that I was trying to that I had on my shoulders. Um, after high school, I just said, okay, I need to take a break from it. So, um, I did like about a year of just kind of straight up work. You know, worked at McDonald's. Actually, started a job at Carl's, then that failed. Someone robbed money from my drawer, so and then went to McDonald's afterwards. Um, but then I was like going, I don't want to do McDonald's for the rest of my life. So um, I started kind of exploring my options after that. So um, you know, looked into military. That really didn't. I wasn't really that satisfied with that. Um, so that that didn't really pan out. Even though my dad was in the military, um, you know, took 11 years off of school after dropping out of high school before going back and getting myself a degree. I mean, it's respectable, man. It's respectable. I mean, um, some, at least you were willing to go back and, you know, get a degree, and now you're working something that you like doing. So be right back. Gotta get something out of it. No worries there, bud. No worries. Okay, so Agent 132. We got the issue here. Okay, so we're dealing with the hex tile there. Um, hmm. Let's see. Um, let's see. Hmm. Okay. So once again, I'm at a point where um, I'm kind of overreaching in terms of my objects, and like, okay, so let me try to explain this a little bit here. Um, so in terms of object-oriented languages, okay, um, you want to be able to kind of keep them fairly separate from each other. Okay, you want to be able to, um, you want to make sure that, um, you know, um, there's certain details about a, particular object that another object shouldn't really care about. Okay, or shouldn't really have like direct access to or anything along those lines. So, um, so uh, like for example, the agent here. Okay, this agent is going to be wandering all over the map or anything, and and all those kind of things, right? Um, well, it might know, you know, its overall position, but it shouldn't really, um, the agent shouldn't necessarily be able to, like, say, change the change the edge, change the tile being referenced in, um, you know, um, you know, the agent shouldn't be able to kind of go, oh, hey, I want to change the edge northwest of this particular tile on the board. That that's something that the agent shouldn't necessarily be able to do. Okay, so um, So what I'm trying to do down here, okay, which is the reason, why it's having an error here. Okay. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to say, okay, we figured out your pathing. So now what we want to do is we want to add that particular path, the this path here, this construction of a path, and we want to add it to the tile on where on what the agent is standing on. Problem is that um, while the agent has its overall location, um, I gotta kind of be careful with this because um, I don't want to give them the ability to see too much information. Um, but I'm still getting the full layout of the map by getting the G layout here. Hmm. This is a little concerning to me now. Now that I'm kind of looking at it a little bit more. Uh, excuse me. Okay, sorry about that. Um, so, um, I'm a little worried right at this point. I think I might be screwing up the agent in a way. Okay, I'm giving him more information than what he really should be knowing. Okay. Um, see. Um, okay, here, let me, 1 second. I want to get my music back started up. There we go. Okay. So, let's say um, we have our agent, right? You know, here, let me put him right dead center. We have our agent, okay? And they should be able to, the agent should be able to kind of see, a certain distance around them. Okay, unless of course they're just absolutely surrounded by resources and can't really move past it, so their vision should be completely blocked. Okay, they can't see anything around them, so blah blah blah. Obviously, that's not going to happen. That's not a thing. So there's always going to be, some path outside so that they can kind of see, the corridor, you know, vision-wise. Okay. And I might limit it by how far out they may see. Okay, I may kind of leave it to like 4 tiles away. So, you know, they might have, just this kind of a vision, even though technically there's more there. Okay. Um, but here's the thing. Here's the thing that we gotta kind of be careful with. Okay. Getting the full grid layout of the entire board means that, the agent is going to be able to see, you know, all the other additional items around it, you know, and, you know, it has the potential of like possibly seeing other monsters around or other humans around or so on and so forth. Okay, and that's obviously giving a lot of advantage to each and every single agent. Okay, and I don't necessarily want to do that. Okay, I want to limit what they can see. Okay, and that's including the monsters here. Okay, I don't want to give them the full map that they can kind of see and traverse and so on and so forth. Okay, I also want them to have a fog of war to themselves, having obscured vision. Otherwise, they're going to say, oh, here's your monster, here's a human. Well, I want to be able to go, travel this route here to get to this human. Okay. And, whereas, you know, it should only be able to kind of see a certain amount of distance and not even see all this around them. Okay. Its its vision is going to be the exact same way as the humans. Okay. So giving a full grid layout might not necessarily be the right means of handling this. Um, but at the same time, um, I'm not quite sure how I can go about doing this. Um, Now I could. Okay. Um, I'm. You kind of want to try to make sure that everything's kind of separated out from each other. Okay. You want to be able to kind of go. Okay. Um, the um, you know the if I want the um, I need to make sure that each each object, okay, is kind of separated out from each other so that they don't have like direct, um, too much information, okay, information that they shouldn't necessarily have, okay. Like for example, the agents shouldn't have a full understanding uh, of their entire layout, of their entire um, where they're at, where all the resources are at, where the cities are all at, where all the agents are located at. It shouldn't be needing that. Okay, not for every single agent. Okay, um, and even then, um, well, actually, for no agent should have that kind of information. Okay, um, it might have an understanding um, of the like the general layout, like if the fog of war has kind of been dissipated or been pushed back, so that it's um, okay. Let's say it's I'm talking fog of war in terms of um, a um, like a World of Warcraft style fog of war, right? So say you have your one military unit, right? You have a fog of war that, they might have a hard time trying to see past a little bit, okay? But then again, maybe it's an area that has already kind of been explored. So like say, you have this area here that is like completely, blacked off. You have areas that are just like, hey, you can't see anything, over here, okay, because you haven't explored there. But maybe there's a, fog of war that you already kind of know, hey, there's some resources there, some resources there, some resources there, so on and so forth. Okay, but you don't know, you know, your vision is kind of saying, you know, you can't really see what's kind of over in this particular general area. There might be a monster, say, like right there, but you don't really know. Your vision's not seeing it at that particular moment in time. Okay. Um, if you had the entire layout of the map, then this black area here, this area that's completely obscured, that's no longer a thing. It's no longer, um, there would be no fog of war in that particular regard if you give them a full layout of the map of the board. So this right here is not exactly ideal. Um, I should probably move this outside of the agent. Um, now, um, hmm, now, now what I want to, okay, um, hmm, okay, so I want to add, hmm, this is going to be a little confusing for me here, or this is going to be a little difficult for me because I'm trying to make sure that I have um, I want to be able to, um, I want to be able to build a path. Okay. I want to be able to use D-Star to get my path from the agent to its from where it's currently located at. Okay, its current hex tile that it's standing on to its eventual destination. Okay. Um, I want it to go from the where it's standing to where it wants to go. Okay, and find that path here. Okay. Um, there's this slight concern about that though, because you know I don't want it to know the full map, but I needed to figure out the I needed to kind of figure out its path, and I needed to figure out like hey, here's um, where you want to try to go. Now, obviously, if the um, if the fog of war is completely obscuring the path, okay, then obviously the pathing is just gonna go, okay, well, you know, we can get to this particular spot because it's a beeline to our destination, or maybe it's you have to kind of go around or something like that to kind of get to you know a spot where you think you might get to your destination. Okay. But once it hits this fog of war, it's probably just going to go, okay, well, I'm going to take a path immediately through it all the way down. It might not be true. You might have to kind of go around a little bit more, but um, but that's something that will kind of have to happen when it uh, when it gets to this point here and it collides with an object, then it's probably going to go, oh, okay, um, I'm standing here. I need to get to my destination there, so I'm going to have to repath. Okay. Um, so, um, but that's all about the D star here. But at the same time, the agent shouldn't necessarily be seeing the overall map. So, who has control over who has control over the pathing of everything? Or um, I need to kind of choose my words carefully here. Um, so, um, I don't want the agent to have the entire information in the map, but I still need him to have some information in the map in order to create the path from one destination to another. So, so you know, am I doing that here? I'm just basically needing um, like a copy of the layout of the map that it can see. You know, but I'm afraid that this doesn't justify that. Hmm. Now we start getting back into the crux of it all, kind of thing. Um, See, like, the object reference is required a non-static field memory property. Okay, um, so basically, it's looking at this particular line here. Okay, and it's saying, you know, what what text tile are you referencing? What are you talking about here? You know, what, what tile do you want to add the path to? Okay. Um, it doesn't know. Okay. I'm creating um, I'm giving kind of um, like a blank object kind of thing. It has no actual reference to the full board. Okay. It has no reference to the full board. Okay. So, you know, what I'm doing right here is basically saying, okay, I'm just going to try to create this one tile here, put this information in there, and that's it. It's like, but this particular tile is not associated with the board at all. So the information that I'm just kind of storing in here is pretty much useless. Okay. I need to have it associated with the board. I need to have the tile associated with the board. Okay, the board has all the tiles, so therefore the whole adding of the path needs to kind of be handled over here in the board that handles all the tiles, the adding of the path and so on and so forth. Okay, but I'm worried that if I give the agent full view of the board, then it's going to make um, assumptions or um, let me put it this way. Um, we had our agent there, we have our destination there, and I was talking about how there was a fog of war that was kind of obscuring the, um, that was kind of obscuring the path of it, right? Um, and so if if the agent has the full board, you know, with if it's aware of the full board, then it's gonna know, okay, you know, I have to kind of move around this way, and then I'm gonna have to kind of move around this way to get to the destination. Okay. It's not going to do a beeline here. Okay. It shouldn't. It shouldn't be able to see this particular resource blocking this particular path. Okay. It shouldn't be seeing these resources here blocking the path to get to the destination. Okay. It shouldn't know that. The fog of war should be obscuring that. So that's the reason why I have to kind of be careful here, because give the agents too much information and they'll be able to do whatever they want, wherever they, whenever they want, right? So, we gotta kind of be careful with that. But at the same time, um, we need to um, get a rough idea as to how we can, um, how much board can the agent see? I'm not quite sure how to go about answering that. So, fortunately, um, my knowledge of Unity isn't strong enough to really answer this question, unfortunately, at this point in time. Um, so let me kind of write it down here. So we have we have the full map here, right? Okay, and we have the agent. Okay. the full map is aware of where the agent is. Okay, and it will know agent position you know on the full map, right? Okay, but the agent should not have the full map. Nope. You know, it shouldn't know. Shouldn't know where everything is located at. Okay, its vision is blocked by um, fog of war and um, unit's own vision. Okay, um, so it can only see. So um, it has a what an agent should have. Okay, is basically like a human map. Okay, or you know, human slash monster map. Okay, meaning that um, as the fog of war keeps on getting pushed back more and more as expansion continues going out more and more beyond each of its cities. Okay, um, the um, the humans will be able to kind of go, oh, okay, well, there's a like a resource over there kind of thing. They'll be able to kind of like communicate with each other that's saying, hey, there's a resource like right over here that you should kind of go to, right? So the overall, um, the player is going to be able to see, the human map as the fog of war keeps on getting pushed back. Okay. So the human player will be able to kind of see each and every single agent's um, overall vision of the map. Very similar to Majesty. Okay. Um, and obviously, Fog of War kind of resets back in, um, and it might not be a, the division might not be completely blocked. I mean, you'll still know, hey, there's a particular resource over here, or there's a path over here, or something like that. You can kind of go around this particular path to get to this other, you know, completely obscure location, right? But you're still going to have some awareness of what is over there, okay? If the fog of war comes right back and completely, you know, re-obscures everything all over again, when your agent goes away, then you're going to have some really, it's going to be a really interesting challenge if that's the case. Okay. Um, you know, now it's no longer a matter of um, uh, if I do it in such a way where um, the vision of the agents doesn't open up a map for the players, then that's going to make things a lot more challenging along those lines. Like, say, for example, you're playing the strategy game, and Uh, you're playing like World of War, not World of Warcraft, Warcraft 3, for example. Okay, um, and you know in the game, you have two styles of fog of wars, right? You have the completely blacked out area. You don't know where anything is, okay, because it's completely obscured, okay. You don't know where the enemy is. You don't know where there are any particular mines are at. You don't know where any enemy units are at. Whatever, what have you, right? Um, because it's all completely blacked. You don't know what's over there, right? You don't have any particular idea. Okay. When you start sending units out, you start kind of pushing back that fog of war, right? So that when those units get destroyed or they move on to some other area, it the fog of war kind of sets back in, but it doesn't black, it doesn't like reset the darkness over that particular area. You can still kind of see, hey, there's a particular path here, or there's, like a mine, some forests, there's some enemies over in this general direction, whatnot, right? You kind of have an idea as to where things are at based off of that fog of war removal along those lines. But obviously, a a thinly veiled fog of war kind of sets in. So there's two types of fog of wars along those lines, right? Um, so um, so the agents, I was saying, there's two types of fog of wars, right? There's the um, there's the completely obscured fog of war, something that the humans and monsters will not know what's located in those areas. Okay, it will it has no clue, right? Um, and then it has um, the explored map, showing um, showing what has already kind of been um, what has been explored by the humans or the monsters. Obviously, the monsters have um, their explored map, okay, and the humans have their explored map, and those two are going to be separate from each other, okay. Um, so um, hmm. Thing is that I'm not quite sure how to differentiate those. I haven't into the whole fog of war at all anyway. Okay. Um, Now again, I may, I will give the option to the player as to whether or not they want to play fog of war or not. Okay. Um, that will create a certain amount of difficulty for the player. Okay. Um, some players might not want to play with fog of war. Okay. Um, um, as I kind of mentioned last week, there's a uh, uh, individual Steven. Um, he's he enjoys playing games, but he's disabled, and so he advocates for games that are built for his disabilities and that are, you know, easy to play. Okay. And I want to try to allow, I want to eventually get to the point where I can allow for even him to be able to play the game. Okay. And he might not like Fog of War. Okay. He might find it to be too difficult. Okay. Or someone might find it to be too difficult. Maybe the gameplay um, is too fast paced um, for someone that has no like control over their arms, for example, but they still might like to do like voice commands. Okay, real-time strategies might not work for those particular individuals. Okay, um, so um, I want to be able to give them the ability to say, okay, I like playing this game, but I don't want fog of war. Okay, so um, but I can at least set up. I can always um, I can I'll have the fog of war set up for the monsters. Okay, so that they're kind of exploring. Okay, so that gives the player enough time to try to gather resources. It causes a little bit of a um, it causes a little bit of a um, gives the player a little bit more time to try to handle, setting up their base. Okay. Um, but I can always set it so that the player doesn't necessarily need to have fog of war. Okay. That's an option that the player can set. Okay. Do they want fog of war or don't they? Okay. If they don't want the fog of war, then it shows the entire map and um, the human map is going to be viewable um, to the player. All of it. Okay, if there's no fog of war. Okay. So I foresee it as um, so there are three um, there's a couple of things that um, wait, did I miss the notification on? Hmm. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I think I missed a notification about someone following me. I apologize. Someone followed me 2 hours ago and I completely missed it. There was no notifications that popped up. Hmm. Sorry about that. Um, let's see. It looks like Dimitri Maxim off Galahad. So thank you for the follow. Again, I apologize for missing it. Not sure why that didn't go off, um, but okay. Let's go back, to our maps, right? So I foresee um, three possibilities for the maps. Okay. So I see, um, fog of war uh, off for the humans, um, on for monsters, right? Then, so then we have fog of war general, um, for humans, you know, on for humans, and on for monsters. And then we have fog of war, um, you know, I can call it like, nighttime on for humans. And then, general on for monsters. Okay, so uh, let me kind of put these there. Okay, um, so what I'm talking about here is, uh, fog of war is going to be off for the player, so they can see the full-on map. And this is going to be pretty much standard for all the monsters. Okay, the general, which means, um, they'll be able to. The initial world is going to be obscured from them, but as they explore, they're going to open up the rest of the map. So eventually, they're going to be able to find where everything is, you know, generally on the map at some point for for the monsters and for the humans if they have that particular option on. Okay, um, so this is basically going to be easy for the player. This is going to be medium difficulty for the player, and then this one, the hard mode. Okay, um, fog of war nighttime, and as I'm kind of calling it right at the moment. Um, you know when when the unit continues walking along, you know their path gets obscured by the fog of war, as they're walking along. So their path here completely gets blocked off again. Okay. Now, obviously, if you have like if you have multiple units throughout the map, then you don't necessarily need to worry about vision too much because they're going to be kind of exposing, you know, all the all the map, for the most part for each of the units that are out there. Okay, but that's the thing, you know, um, with this kind of obscurity, with this kind of vision blocking. Okay, um, it makes it once again a little bit harder for a unit to find a specific resource out there in the wild if their vision is completely obscured, if they can't see anything beyond their initial radius. So, um, that's something um, that I'm kind of leaning towards. Okay, um, in doing. Problem is that uh, the agent here, will have a different degree of the human agents is going to have a varying degree of the map, whereas the monsters are going to always have the same map, or going to have the same style map each and every single time. The map, um, will be obscured but hidden at the same time. Um, or obscured but hidden, yeah. Um, yeah, that's perfect, Arjun. No, the map is going to be obscured, meaning that they're not going to be able to see everything around. But once they explore around, once they kind of you know, start pushing back the darkness. Okay, the darkness isn't going to get reset on the monsters. Okay, it's just gonna be that little transparent, you know, um, vision blocker for them. Okay, so the only thing that they can see is, um, you know, their overall vision, how far they can kind of see down a particular map. You know, that's what they themselves can personally see. How do I do that in Unity though? I don't know, and that's what's concerning me a little bit. Um, you know, how can I do um, how can I do a fog of war map that the agents aren't aware of? You have the underlying map, okay, the board manager is something that's kind of controlling the overall map. How do you work that in um, for the player? Um, obscuring the map for the player. That's, let me look that up a little bit because um, because that might give me a hint as to how to handle, you know, too much revision for the agent. So, um, so Unity 3D, Fog of War, or RTS games. Um, Let me see what this blog has. Um, and during this development, we created a fog of war solution that works pretty well for the game. It lacks some common features other RTS games have. How to improve that is something I want to learn at some point. I want to learn at some point in my life. Recently, after reading Riot Games engineering blog posts about Fog of War and League of Legends, got motivated and started prototyping the new implementation. This blog post will explain Marines Fog of War solution in detail, and then we'll run another blog post about new solution and explain why I consider it better than the first one. Normally represents missing information about the battle, for example, not knowing how the terrain is yet, or outdated information, for example, the old position of an base, player units, and buildings provide vision that removes fog during the game, revealing information about the terrain and the current location and state of the enemies. Okay. Uh, Dune 2, Warcraft, Orcs and Humans, Fog of War. Comstock Fog of War is being used in strategy games since more than 20 years now, which is a lot for video games, right? Start by researching other games and deciding we want to first start implementing anything. Is target a similar solution to StarCraft, but it's free to play. Doesn't matter. Um, from full open Black Fog, all previously explored territories covered by half. Let's see, fog, revealing what the player know about it, information that doesn't change during the game. Um, Enemy units and buildings are visible only if they're inside player's vision, but buildings leave. Right, right. Um, and testing trains, right, right. And visible territory revealed, but not visible territory. Not revealed, not visible territory, right. Um, we started by prototyping the logic to see if it works for our game and not how we should adapt it for for that. We used an int matrix representing a discrete version of the game world where player's vision is a matrix entry with value 0 means the player has no vision at that position. Value 1 or greater means it has. Um, you know, no matter will increment 1 to its value for all entries that represent world positions inside the vision range. Each time they move, we first decrease 1 from the previous. Okay. Um, See, improving vision consists in rendering a texture with a favor of the entire game world, similar to what we did. We created the visual mocks. For that, we created a game object with a mesh renderer and scaled it over the game world. That mesh renders a texture named fog texture, which contains the fog information. Using a shader that considers pixels, colors, and invert off channel. Okay. Um, okay. Hmm. So they're basically in this particular example, okay, they're basically kind of creating a, as they said, texture, fog texture, over the world. So um, they're hiding the map to the player for the player, you know, giving a texture to basically say, you can't really see anything over this. And then once a unit comes in or building comes in or something like that, um, then they kind of change the texture around that particular unit so that when the unit kind of walks around, then it will know, um, then it will be able to kind of, show the world, um, as it's kind of walking around, right? Here's where I'm a little concerned about this though, because um, if the unit is able to, obviously when you're like clicking on the map, if you're here, let me get to a larger map. Like say, okay, you have this kind of style map, right? Okay. Let's say you don't have these units over here, for example, right? Um, so all they can see is, this little blacked out outline, you know. Um, so if they wanted to get over here, and you take these units here and you say, I want to, go in this general direction, would they go in a straight line to the units? Or do these units here actually have the path to get over to this particular location? So they're gonna walk in this general direction because the map is already kind of available to these particular units. Okay. Um, Now, if you're using like an A star or a D star, um, their first, these units here, if they didn't know anything else about the map, if this entire area was kind of completely, you know, obscured to them, these units should, you know, go in a straight line over here, sees that there's a wall here, and then they will try to change their direction around, okay, to try to find the best path to get over to this particular location, for example, right? Um, but I'm a little concerned about what they're kind of doing here with the just like a fog texture over the map, because um, if if I was a player and all I had were these units, for example, okay, I had no idea what else is out there, and I decided I wanted to kind of click over here, would these units here have access to the map so that they're already doing the pathfinding automatically? You know, they're seeing the map already and doing a pathfinding here, or does this texture over the map, um, does that affect the unit's pathfinding? Um, from from a basic look at this right at this moment in time, I don't know anything about this particular game or anything along those lines, so I don't really know. Okay, I'm just speculating. Okay, but if I was to, if I'm, um, if I was to kind of look at this, um, and they're just kind of doing a texture over the map, then that gives the units, being shown, it should give them the ability to kind of walk around the map. Um, it wouldn't really care about the shader. It wouldn't really care about the fog. It'll be able to kind of do a pathfinding that way. Um, and that is too much information in my particular opinion, especially for the agents and for the human agents and the monster agents. I don't want to give them the entire map to them. So, um, you know, um, I don't want them to know that, hey, if I click over here, here's the route that they need to kind of take automatically. I want them to kind of go in that kind of straight line towards their objective and see, oh, wait, there's a wall here. I can't go in that particular direction. I have to readjust my path because obviously I didn't know that there was a wall over here. Okay. Um, so, um, so I'm kind of worried that um, while this fog of war might be good for like your like standard RTS kind of games, or at least if you want to try to build something that is similar to um, you know the old StarCraft and Warcraft RTS style games, then this works perfectly fine. But I want to do something a little bit better. I want to, I want the agents to have trouble finding the right path. Okay. Um, I want their vision kind of obscured on it. And so while the fog texture is good in that um, it obscures the player's vision, um, and that's something that I'll definitely need to kind of um, uh, look into. Obviously worried about like creating the fog texture right now. I'm not at that particular stage. Okay. Um, the um, trying to implement this fog of war for what the agents themselves know, that's another thing entirely. That's something a little bit different than just you know, a texture over the map obscuring the player's vision. So, um, I'm gonna go ahead and kind of hold on to this website for now. Um, let's see. Um, Firewall websites. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. Firewall or AI agents. Hmm. Hmm. Problem is that there's a lot of PDFs and the like that talk about um, that talk about the science behind it all. But I'm trying to look for um, Unity references in this. Um, let's see. Um, let's see. Let's see. Um, here. And use probability to render secondary cameras to textures, surrounding a few traces with lighting layers and custom shaders. You might come in still line of sight, identifying any and let's see. Um, um, let's see. Hmm. There's a YouTube video right there, supposedly. Um, let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Mobile version dive. Using render and texture feature. I mean, obviously this is a few years old. Um, but I mean, at the same time, it could still, you can still kind of use it to work in Unity anyway. So, so even if it might be, old code, you can still try to um, edit it in a fashion that might work for today's code. So, um, so don't think it's something that you can't do if you're trying to find a good fog of war kind of thing. The code here might be somewhat outdated. You know, being that this was you know uh, done back in 2013, 8 years ago, but um, similar similar processes might still be available for that. Now, once again, I'm still kind of, I'm he's talking about a dynamic shader and so on and so forth. And again, I don't know if that causes a problem for the units. Are they going to be able to maneuver their way around a particular obstacle if you're like clicking on an area that is beyond, you know, that is inside the fog of war? Okay. How does the units act if you're, obviously if you're clicking on the map itself, that's fine. But if you're clicking outside and there's like a full-on wall, how will the units act on it? Will it find a path around it, or will it go straight and run into the wall and try to figure out a way around it, or something along those lines? Okay. Or maybe your unit is based off of your own controls. So if you're like continuously clicking on there, and it's going to just keep on running into the wall and go, okay, I'm waiting for you the human to change your destination here because I'm going in a straight line. Um, I don't know. That's the thing. Um, I would imagine that they're using player controls on this, and therefore it's going to go in straight line based off of the controls by the player. Okay, because that's uh, how these standard games are for the most part. Uh, you're using the player to determine the destination. Okay, so the unit's going to go in a straight line, and if you're like clicking on the other side, hey, here's a wall here, I'm clicking on the other side, the unit's just going to continue running into the wall until you maneuver your mouse around. Okay, these are probably not going to have any kind of good um, pathfinding at this point. You know, it's probably not going to have that any kind of pathfinding built into it to know that it needs to kind of go around by itself. Okay, um, maybe I'm speculating here, um, but um, oh, this guy's asked for a question and no one replied to it. Hmm. Okay. Um. Oh well, that video is gone. Okay. Well, you know, good luck and goodbye on that one. Well. Um. Let's see. Red Blob Games. This is always a good website to go to if you're not familiar with it. Um. You know, raycasting, exploring, showing, um, you know, showing your showing vision, and obviously, you probably want to, if you're doing raycasting to show off a particular area, then you probably want to try to like maybe limit the range of the ray, especially if you want to kind of have a limited vision, like for example, if anyone has ever played um, like oh, what's the name of oh, what is the name of the game? Um, God damn it. I'm blanking on the name. I know the main character is Solid Snake and the like, but I'm suddenly blanking on the name of the game, the goddamn game. But basically, you have the enemy agent has a field of vision kind of thing, so that if you walk in within that particular field of vision, they go, "Mm, there's an enemy right there." Um, Obviously, the vision on those guys aren't the greatest. I mean, the you would think that seeing that you can kind of see, far down, to the other side of the map, why can't they, right? Um, but it might be dependent on, um, uh, other factors. There could be like a rainstorm, which could kind of limit your vision for the most part. Okay, might obscure, um, a blizzard. Could be at nighttime, so maybe you just have like a candle up, so you have a limited vision or something along those lines. Um, so, obviously, the, you know, your recasting obviously can be, dependent on how much vision you want to give to, not only yourself but your enemies. Okay. Um, Now um, I might change the vision for, say, like maybe the monsters, like maybe give like the ghouls a little bit less of a vision. You know, maybe they're nearsighted. Um, but that's something that I'll have to kind of deal with a little bit later. I'm not really at that point of doing um, the the raycasting to kind of remove the fog of war at yet. I'm close, but I mean, well, I'm not at the stage of doing a fog of war uh, just yet. It's I want to make sure that I have the right kind of um, maps so that the pathfinding can work. Um, the pathfinding works with the map being obscured, meaning that the units will not move. Um, you know, the units won't know the map so that, hey, you know, I'm trying to go to that location right there in front of me, but I have to go this way in order to get there. Okay. Um, I'm going to want the agents to kind of go in that straight line, see that there's a wall in front of them, and go, oh, actually I have to turn to the left and go there. I have to kind of go around the wall in order to reach my destination. Okay. That's the whole idea of pathfinding. Okay. Um, but I want their pathfinding to be obscured um, by the fog of war. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what is the best technique for that. How, just putting a render over the map isn't gonna do that. You're still gonna be um, you're still gonna have the knowledge of the map. Um, you're gonna have knowledge of what the map contains if it's not being obscured or what am I talking about here? Let me um, so you have the official map, right? And you have a unit on the map, you know, that needs to kind of go around it. Um, but what you want to, what I want to do is I want to have like, you have the official map where, you have everything available, okay? But then you have the human map, that has only the single unit and the vision around them, okay? Which is still referencing the overall map, but I need it to be limited. So I need to have some like kind of copy of like the official map that I need to kind of remove everything from like the official map in the obscured map. That's why I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to I mean, I'll go ahead and save this one for now, but again, I don't know if this will work with the with pathfinding. Um, let's see. Um, Unity, Fog of War, um, pathfinding. Let's see. Um, yeah, my concern exactly on this. I suppose one way to do it would be mass unrevealed game objects out of pathfinding calculations, so the units will try to straight line until running into an object. Is this kind of masking possible? Also, I fear that this would quite performance intensive, checking for a new path whenever a new object is revealed. Um, you can try. You could use tag mass to mark nodes, but reconsider it if you seriously need it. Take a look at StarCraft. You can order units to go into um, hmm, let's see. Is this video still? Hmm, mm-hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay. I mean, that's kind of what I'm needing for it to kind of do for the most part. So, although, technically, um, I'm not going to be kind of controlling the AI. The AI themselves are going to be trying to figure out the path to kind of get around, to get to these particular locations and stuff like that. And, them, having this kind of confusion, you know, is going to be standard. Them trying to figure out, how to kind of get to the destination. Like, for example, the monsters. You know, um, if they're trying to reach the human city, for example, then they're going to need to kind of do a lot of kind of exploring to try to find the best kind of path around for them. Um, but how unfortunately, this individual isn't really showing the code on which they did that. Now they mentioned it here in that they were, um, they had the, you know, uh, whether or not something's visible. Um, so, okay. Um, they need to, there's gonna need to be like maybe two maps for them in this particular case. Um, doesn't look like he put too much information on here in terms of how how he kind of made this all kind of work together for the most part. Sorry about the um, issue there, folks. Sometimes um, my stream likes to go down like around this time. So apologies for that if you're kind of trying to watch right now. Um, hopefully you're still around. um, okay, so I might need to do some additional changes to the overall nodes to kind of add in the visible or not. And then based off of um, the selection, I might need to um, depending on, what is selected here in terms of fog of war, um, determines, you know, is the visibility always on, meaning that there's no fog of war? Is the visibility off and can eventually be turned on? Or will it be visibility off and will be visible when the unit gets in that particular, uh, it understands that particular vision, but then the vision goes right back to being off when the fog of war kind of slips back in. Now, this to me sounds like I could be causing players a lot of hardship along these lines because they don't have control over their units. Okay, they don't have direct control over, um, what, how the units pathfind, or how the units do their pathfinding around. Okay, um, so there is the potential if I do incorporate this, that the fog of war, you know, gets kind of reset, that um, as you can kind of see here, the unit keeps on trying to, you know, trying to find a way around. The problem is that if this particular location kind of gets obscured again, then it might try to go right back to trying to go towards that path again. Okay, it might go, well, wait, um, you know, I'm trying to go towards this particular location, but when the path, when the vision gets reset, it might decide, hey, I want to go back to that particular path again. Um, but at the same time, with my setting of the pathfinding anyway, then I probably won't need to worry about it too much. I probably won't need to worry about um, ooh, but then no, that's not exactly correct either. I have um, if I do this kind of like nighttime version where the fog of war comes right back, then I could potentially have the AI just kind of going back and forth, you know, trying to trying to get back, trying to go through that particular wall because it's thinking that, you know, it's gonna have like a selected memory. It's gonna go and kind of go, this way, lose sight of it, and go, wait, this is actually the quicker path. I'm gonna go right back, you know, to that particular path route. Okay, because um, I'm not using I'm not using a full path from start to finish. Okay, when their vision is obscured, when they only have a certain amount of vision, um, their pathfinding is only going to go as far as what their vision is. So, um, if they go, if they go to a certain point and they think that the old route is still the quicker way, they're gonna try to go right back to that old route again. And obviously that's wrong. So, um, okay, um, so here's what I'm gonna have to do. Um, so to make this a little bit easier for the player, okay, um, I'm gonna need to do um, I'm gonna need to do two kind of factors on this. One, I have the fog of war um, that is visual. Um, the shader, the overall vision of the player. Okay, it could be completely off. It could be obscured for a little bit, or transparency slightly obscured. Okay, or it could be totally obscured and obscured again when the humans are outside of that particular vision. Okay, um, meaning that um, as that one website was kind of talking about, um, this uh, this was kind of talking about how um, you had the you know, uh, you had your initial vision, and you had uh, an area that is completely obscured, and then you have, an area that is, you know, has a opacity of like 50% or something along those lines, meaning that, you can kind of see, you know, what's kind of beyond, what's behind, but not totally. Okay. Um, but now what this right here is a little bit of a concern. You know, it's showing, I guess, enemy units here, and it's slightly obscured in the background. Are you going to be able to see everything kind of, you know, uh, perfectly fine? Are you going to be able to kind of see these units here in the middle? I'm not sure. Um, that's giving players information about, what units are, you know, further away from, their particular units. Like, say, if their units are over here and the enemy is over here, are you still able to kind of see them still on the map? Hmm. I would hope not, because that would kind of show where the units are kind of coming from, where the units are, hey, you got a, incoming invading army of enemy units coming in, if you can kind of see them in the fog of war. So, um, so I'm not 100% sure, but obviously, you know, um, this is good for um, for um, the overall vision to the player. Um, so, um, you know, you're gonna need, like, this whole mesh render, for the fog texture for the overall vision, right? So, um, so this is, the mesh renders. Um, um, version down below, and then we need to do an actual, pathfinding version, whereas, um, you know, instead of nighttime, we're gonna have to kind of keep it to general. Okay. We can't we can't have the humans going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We can't have the AI agents doing it back and forth all the time. Okay. So, the, medium and hard for the pathfinding has to basically be the same. Okay. There's not going to be any kind of change in the pathfinding for the humans. Okay. We're gonna, if they've already kind of explored, a certain section of the map, then they're gonna need to know that, you know, hey, if I go in this particular direction, I'm not going to find the proper path on that. I'm gonna have to go around. Okay. So there's a certain memory to them along those lines. Okay. Um, so the pathfinding in the maze is not going to change, based off the medium and the hard. So um, otherwise, if I keep the hard version in the pathfinding, you know, uh, if I keep the nighttime version within pathfinding, then the AI agents are just going to um, go back and forth on a path. Yes, it doesn't know that the explored path doesn't work. And the vision is removed. So there has to be some amount of memory stored within the humans after the vision has been shown to them. Okay, there has to be a certain amount of um, there has to be a certain amount of memory. There has to be a certain amount of vision, you know, saved um, for everybody here. Um, so I'm gonna need to kind of change the tiles a little bit. Um, so um, let's see. Um, we just need to kind of have a Boolean um, for the pathfinding. The fog of war, the mesh renderer, that can be handled all in like the board manager, game manager, so on and so forth. Okay, it has no bearing whatsoever over the hex tiles or anything along those lines. Okay, so I don't necessarily need to worry about that. Okay, but um, I'm gonna need to have um, let's see. Um, so human vision, get set private role monster vision, get set. Okay, so when um, so initial uh, human vision is going to be set to false initially. Um, monster vision is also going to be set to false. Okay, so um, the mesh render will be its own thing. Pathfinding will be its own thing. So with pathfinding, we're going to see whether or not the human has been able to actually see that particular tile or not. Um, if it sees it, then obviously um, the the map becomes uh, a little bit more available for them to kind of traverse the map. Um, and I need to be careful with this because um, having you know uh, if the vision is false, okay, and I'm trying to do a pathfinding, so like to kind of go back to our friends exam, our individual's example here, you know, um, if um, having um, you know, uh, the the vision of the tiles, um, will kind of determine um, where the AI units kind of go to, but um, and it will have a little bit more of a memory of it, but um, if it's um, like it's trying to find a path here, for example, um, and its vision is kind of opening up all these, okay, um, and now that it has a rough idea of the map, then it's gonna try to pathfind its way around to try to get to the overall destination. Trying to find some where to kind of go. So um, so when the vision becomes viewable, when the vision says, "Hey, you have been seen," then obviously the humans um, they're gonna have that map already kind of created so that they're no longer going to need to pathfind, you know, if that particular um, node is, something that can kind of block the path. So, um, and same with monsters there. So, okay, well, I've gone over my time here, there, folks. I'm gonna need to kind of shut things down. Um, so, um, still have the issue of, um, how much does the agent see in the overall layout? Uh, but, but, um, the with the hex tiles being something that determines the vision, then it might not need to worry. I might not need to worry about having the grid layout for inside each of the agents. Maybe again, I'm still figuring out um, the more efficient uh, ideas and stuff like that. Obviously, I'm still trying to figure out everything concerning Unity and so on and so forth. Um, this might be just poor design. Okay. So, um, it might be completely poor design for the agent to have an idea of the grid layout of the map. That's totally possible. Okay. Um, I consider it. I kind of consider it poor design to have that. Um, but at the same time, I don't know if there is an easy way around that for Unity. That's why I'm not sure. So, but that's gonna have to hold off until next week. Um, we'll we'll pause it here for now. Um, I'll go ahead and keep my notes here that I was making. Um, we'll go ahead and kind of put this down here and like under the fog of war. Um, so let me kind of do that right at the moment so that I don't forget about it later. We'll just put it there. Um, all right. Um, so we're gonna have to kind of tackle. I mean, I wasn't able, I didn't clear up, all the errors obviously because I'm still trying to figure out what the best method of, you know, um, does the AI agent know the 2D map or am I gonna have to kind of try to pass in the information to the AI agent? I'm not 100% sure. We're gonna have to try to figure that out. Figure out how Unity kind of handles that. Um, so especially for pathfinding. Um, so yeah, that's where we're gonna go ahead and call it for tonight, there, folks. Um, we'll tackle like I said, I'll tackle again next week. But until then, let me go ahead and kind of let you all know. I did build a stream team um, that is available for anyone that is interested, streamers and non-streamers alike. So um, the and the idea for it is that everybody is helping each other out on the team. So uh, got a link down below on my Twitch about page. Also got a document built into the application talking about what the team is all about. So if you're interested in the uh, basically the mission of it, I mean, I'll let you know the document is fairly lengthy, but I built it that way to try to make sure that I have a solid foundation on the team. Um, so, um, if that's something that interests you, if the mission statement is something that interests you, something that you agree with, then submit your application. Submit, you know, if there's a particular subgroup on the team that you feel um, could be helpful to you, or if you feel like you can contribute in some fashion on those subteams, and those subteams are explained in the document, um, then um, that's also available on in the application. So feel free to kind of check that out. Submit your application. I'll review it, and um, I'll send you an email one way or another. Obviously, those of you that if you're um, looking at it from a standpoint of I only care about myself and no one else, then probably not exactly the best team for you. Um, you know, I, you know, I have no problem on people wanting to expand on themselves, but at the same time, you have to be willing to help out others as well. Okay, can't be just about you. Okay, we're trying to build a community about helping each other out. So if that's not you, then probably not a good fit. So Um, but if it is you, you're welcome. Um, I welcome anyone that wants to help out others. So, um, so feel free to go about doing that. Now, all these streams, all these videos are eventually uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you like. Got a link down below for that. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch About page, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So feel free to check those out if you'd like. I have a schedule of everything that I do on this channel down below on my Twitch About page. All the games that I play, the coding streams, as well as the Finish What I Start series. That's all down below. Um, so just stop on by, during my window streaming from 2 to 6 p.m. PST. Say hi in the chat if you want, or don't. It's perfectly fine if you just want to lurk. Um, but wanted to give some shout outs here to everybody that kind of stopped on by. Um, Gabe, happy birthday, bud. I'll talk with you a little bit after I'm done. Um, See you in Discord. Jedi, thank you for stopping on by again. As always, you're always welcome. Mr. Hackman, thank you for stopping on by again, or for the first time. Your name does sound familiar. It sounds like you've been here before, but eh. Well, if it was your first time here, um, thank you for stopping on by. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll see you again next time. Want to thank Dimitri Maximoff Galahad for the follow. I appreciate it. Um, Hopefully, I'll see you next time on that. But that's where we're going to go ahead and call it for tonight. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll catch you next time. But until then, take care. Have a good night. Stay healthy. Stay safe. And I'll catch you strangers next time.